The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
14 days, that's 2 weeks, that the House of Representatives has been without an elected speaker. Today, Republicans are expected to attempt floor votes to see if Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan can get the necessary majority to win the Speaker's gavel. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Well, it's been a chaotic 2 weeks for House Republicans. An attempt last week to see Louisiana Republican Steve Scalise as Speaker was thwarted. We've seen half attempts by Kevin McCarthy or his followers to reinstate him in the top job. We've seen backstabbing, questioning, and concerns about disorder. All the while, Democrats have watched. I'm joined now by columnist James Hohmann and Rhonda Colvin, senior political correspondent. She's live for us on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, let's cut to the chase. Does Jim Jordan have the votes?
Well, that's really going to be something that we're all going to learn together soon. I want to give a little bit of background. So last night, the House GOP caucus met in another closed-door session where Jim Jordan tried to shore up those votes that he was lacking. On Friday, when the Republicans left Capitol Hill, there were about 55 members who did not support Jordan. He was able over the weekend, through what we are reporting as very aggressive tactics, to get more votes. And there are about maybe a handful who are saying that they still aren't going to vote for him. But we will not know that for sure until we see these members take to the floor at noon, expected at noon. What you are about to see procedurally is you will see members speak in favor of Jordan or any other nominee that they want to bring to the floor. They'll give a speech, and then each member alphabetically will stand up and say who they want for speaker. Now, what's important is the math. Of course, he needs 217 members, a simple majority of the House, to vote for him to be successful. But if he loses 4 or any more, then we are back to the starting point with no speaker. So this could be wrapped up in one round, or it could go on for multiple rounds. Yesterday, Jim Jordan told reporters that he wanted to take this to the floor. He had previously said that he wanted to wait until he had that guaranteed 217. However, he's now saying he wants this to happen at noon. He's saying that that's what the founders have intended, that they just vote and state their case on the floor. So we'll all see and learn in real time what the future is with this speakership. A lot of members who have been against Jordan have a range of concerns. His closeness to Trump has been named as a concern. His stance on the election of 2020, as well as January 6th, saying that Trump won. Those are concerns people still have on their mind. Appropriations bills. The Senate and the House will need to come to some conclusion to keep the government open soon. And they're concerned about Jim Jordan's stance on potentially entering into a shutdown. So there's a range of concerns. There are still holdouts and still maybes. There are enough maybes that he could hit that 4 or over mark where we would have to do another round of votes. So this could be a short day, could be a long day, could be a long week. We just don't know yet.
All right, thanks, Rhonda Colvin. I want to bring Leanne Caldwell into the conversation, author of The Early 202, and one of the reporters who has been roaming around Capitol Hill and feeding us so many dispatches over the last couple of weeks. Leanne, let's talk about some things that we have learned. You know, there are a handful of Republicans who are watching to see just how they will vote and if they will support Jim Jordan. Our colleague Jackie Alamany just reported that Ken Buck has just come out and said he doesn't plan to support him. How many members are you roughly watching today that could go either way?
Hey, Libby. So we're watching at least a dozen members. Ken Buck is someone who has told me over the past several days that he's not going to be persuaded. He has lots of concerns about Jim Jordan. He has concerns about Jim Jordan being an election denier, not acknowledging that Joe Biden won the election. He has a lot of concerns, which might sound super in the weeds, but Jim Jordan's position on antitrust issues And Ken Buck is someone who wants to break up big tech monopolies, and that's something that Jim Jordan does not support. And so there's a lot of nuance here and a lot of reasons why different members don't support Jim Jordan. But we are going to be watching about a dozen members, and very early on in the alphabet, we could start to see if he's going to have the votes. Perhaps the first person we're going to watch is Don Bacon of Nebraska, someone who is from a district that President Biden won in 2020. He's vulnerable, he's a moderate, and he has concerns with what what sort of impact he'll have in his reelection, Libby.
Thanks so much, Leanne. We've been watching, James, the opening of business on the House floor. Let's talk about Patrick McHenry, who people see there. Remind us, why is this gentleman there, James?
He is the interim speaker, which is, there's an argument about how much power exactly he does have, whether it's a ceremonial role, but essentially there was a list that said if Kevin McCarthy was no longer speaker, McHenry would become the acting speaker. He's the chairman of the Financial Services Committee. He's been very careful to telegraph that he does not want to be seen as competing for this job. I was talking to a source yesterday who was at a fundraiser with him where someone said, Mr. Speaker, and he said, no, Mr. Chairman. I'm the chairman of the Financial Services Committee. Don't call me Mr. Speaker. So I think he is trying to emphasize that he is in this role in a temporary way.
So you see here this quorum call. So they've gavelled in, they've started business, they've done the pledge, they've done a prayer from the House chaplain. So now we're going to get a sense in this quorum call of just how many people are in the building, are literally in the House. And this is important because it will reveal concretely the numbers that McCarthy will need. So we are going to take you live to when there are speeches supporting the candidates for House Speaker today, and we'll be watching the vote. But right now, while they're doing this quorum call, talk to us about what numbers we're watching, James.
Yeah, so these are the people that are in the chamber. What we're hearing from House Democrats is that all of their members are present and accounted for.
Which is no easy feat.
It's no easy
really.
feat.
Yeah.
There's, you think about an office with 435 people on any given day. Is everyone going to be there, or someone going to be sick, or someone going to be traveling, or have some family issue? What we do know for sure is that in this first round, Gus Bilirakis, a Republican congressman from Florida who supports Jim Jordan for Speaker, will not be here. He's attending a funeral in Florida. His flight back to D.C. won't get in until around 6. So he could potentially vote in a second round. The reason they're doing the quorum call at the top is to know basically what is Jim Jordan's win number. Rhonda mentioned at the top, he can only afford to lose 4 votes. If there are multiple Republican absences, that number goes down to 3 votes. And that becomes a lot trickier. So there is an effort to fill the seats. And it does appear that if every Democrat is there and if only one Republican is gone, Jordan can only afford to lose 4 before he doesn't get it on this first ballot.
Leanne, give us a sense of what it's going to be like for you and our Washington Post colleagues reporting on this, because you can actually be in the chamber, in that gallery, overlooking everything. What do you get to see that we don't get to see from the cameras? Because, of course, we don't control those cameras. The House does. Tell us about the environment and what you'll be watching today.
Yeah, so I will be inside the chamber alongside my colleagues, Mariana Sotomayor, and Paul Kane will be in there too. And we'll be able to see all of the members in their seats. We'll be able to see any sort of sidebar conversations that are happening, or if Jim Jordan or some of his allies go up to members to try to persuade them to vote a different way. And so we do get a lot of insight into what is actually happening and try to read into those conversations, the body language, and what's happening as the vote tally is progressing. And so it's quite it's an extraordinary vantage point. We were in those same seats during the 15 rounds that Kevin McCarthy took to become Speaker of the House in January. And here we are again, Libby.
Leanne, I just want to dig a little bit more into what you'll be watching. You know, some of these side huddles and conversations can be so revealing because part of Jim Jordan's job right now and his lieutenant's job is to convince people that he should be the next speaker. Do you think there'll be people trying to convince folks the other way? Is there an anti-Jim Jordan movement happening right now?
That's a great question. I think that I don't know if it's like a movement to try to persuade people to block him, but there are definitely groups of people where like-minded cohorts are having discussions and signal chats and text message chats about what to do. For example, there's a Republican group within the Republican conference called the Republican Governance Group. They make up a lot of the kind of my more moderate type of Republicans, and sources who are part of that group say that there are at least 13 people who are against Jim Jordan right now. And so those members have been having those conversations, and so we will be watching what those people are doing on the House floor. So there is a big there's a significant anti-Jim Jordan component, even though if it's only a dozen, maybe up to 18 to 20 people at most, that's still way more than he can afford to lose.
Absolutely. Leanne, thank you so much. Leanne's reporting has been indispensable, especially so early in the morning as it comes in the early 2:02. Thank you for talking with us. I do want to talk to you, Rhonda, briefly about that fist fight or fight that almost broke out. I'm thinking back in January when Kevin McCarthy was going through 15 rounds to finally become Speaker. There was a lot of tension on the House floor. So talk to us about how relationships are going right now.
You know, there's a lot of tension, and a lot of Republican members have been very upfront about that as they've left meetings. I was outside of some of these closed-door meetings that the caucus had last week where they were trying to figure out where they would go. Would it be Scalise? Was it Jordan? Other names that had popped up through the week. And I did notice as some members left rooms, they didn't want to talk to any of the reporters. They looked upset. Some of them said willingly that, yes, I'm upset of how this all went down. You have a lot of people who are still upset about how McCarthy was ousted because of that motion to vacate 2 weeks ago, and they're still talking about that. In fact, one of the names that we're listening for early in the alphabet is Representative Bacon from Nebraska, who has said he just can't get past the fact that voting for Jordan means that they would be emboldening these 8 Republicans who at any time could vote against the next speaker. So he thinks it's more symbolic right now to stand against that. And you are hearing that too. So this is something that even at the end of the day, if Jordan is elected as Speaker or someone else, even once they get past that, you can imagine that there is still going to be some tension, some bad blood. This was a big fight, and I just keep thinking of the mood in the last week, where when members came back at the beginning of last week, it seemed like uncharted territory. They were going to go into these meetings and try to figure it out. They seemed somewhat upbeat, but when they were leaving meetings, there was a little bit of a different mood, a little bit of a different attitude. And then when you fast forward to the end of last week, especially when Scalise dropped out, it felt like there was more contention in that caucus. So it remains to be seen how all of this will eventually affect the work of the House. But I do think that this is sort of a part of the timeline that is showing these fractures in the Republican Party in the House.
Rhonda Colvin talking to us live from Capitol Hill. You can see this quorum call right now if you're just tuning in to us on the Washington Post homepage or on YouTube or on social media channels. We're in this phase where we're getting a head count, James, on who's in the building and who will be voting today. This is very important because Jim Jordan will need a simple majority in order to claim the Speaker's gavel. Democrats will all vote, we predict, for Hakeem Jeffries, their leader. There's no reason to think that anyone would fracture from that. They've presented a very unified front. Our colleagues have reported, as have you, that the Democrats say they are all accounted for. So the question will be how many Republicans are able to make it today. I want to ask you more about the Republican Governance Group and the power that this group could wield and where they fit sort of in the hierarchy of Capitol Hill.
Totally. Republicans on the Hill call it the five families. And so this is one of the five families. There are these five different groups. It's obviously a reference to the Godfather and the Mafia, but Republicans embrace it. And even yesterday, Jim Jordan sent a letter saying, I'm going to be a speaker for all five of the five families. So it's not an insult. But the Republican governance group, which Leanne was just mentioning, a source inside that group told her they have 13 no votes against Jordan, which would obviously mean he could not get the speakership. If they held firm, it would mean that he wasn't able to get it. That group is led by David Joyce, who is a Republican from Ohio, and he has been non-committal. It is really fascinating because so much of the House used to be state delegations. That's what really mattered. The delegations stuck together. They had shared interests. You know, California Democrats and Republicans all had a shared interest in water rights for California. And so the delegation really stuck together. That is really no longer the case. And David Joyce from Ohio is going to face a lot of pressure to vote for his fellow Ohioan, Jim Jordan. They're from the similar part of the state, but he very well could vote no on the floor. We're hearing that potentially another Ohioan also might vote against Jordan. And so how does that dynamic play out? Overall, though, there are 42 members who are officially card-carrying members of the Republican governance group. So if only 13 of the members are sort of shaky, as Leanne said, it really comes down to a dozen. That means that most members, including most Jordan skeptics, have at this point fallen in line and they're ready to accept that the majority of the majority voted for Jim Jordan to be speaker, and they'll go along even if they don't personally like Jim Jordan.
You know, Rhonda, we're hearing from our colleagues who are on Capitol Hill in the House gallery or right outside of it that Mike Simpson of Ohio, we're talking a lot about Ohio right now, is not saying, Mike Simpson is saying he's not sure whether Jordan is voting, whether he's voting for Jordan today. Now, he's one of these appropriators. Let's talk about the role of appropriators and some of the Republicans who are concerned about a government shutdown, are concerned about getting bills through sort of the regular order, the regular process, and what their concerns are about Jim Jordan.
Yeah, that's right. The appropriators and also those Republicans who are on defense committees have been a little concerned about a Jordan speakership potential. One person was Mike Rogers, who we had our eye on him over the weekend because he said he would never vote for Jim Jordan because of his stance on defense. That has made Republicans a little nervous, too. However, Rogers, he's the Republican from Alabama, he has since turned and said he will support Jordan. But there is this question of how Jordan might lead in the next few weeks, especially when there are going to be negotiations to keep the government running. He's going to have to negotiate with Republicans in the Senate as well, who they are going to have to rely on a House to figure things out, too, in order to keep the government running smoothly. One reason that there might be some uneasiness about Jordan and appropriations is because he did not support that stopgap measure that is taking the government funding until November 17th. That's what Congress did a few weeks back in order to keep the government running. Jim Jordan did not support that. So there is sort of this question mark that appropriators have about where is he going to stand? Will he be more aggressive in demanding more from Senate Republicans or Senate Democrats when it comes to negotiating what that funding bill looks like eventually? So that is one of the real core issues that some members have had to move past in order to support Jordan. I will add to James's great point about the Ohio delegation being question marks when they should know Jim Jordan very well from just working with him as another state lawmaker. It seems as if Jim Jordan is also someone that lawmakers are worried about selling to their constituents. We know he has been somewhat of an aggressive advocate for the former President Trump. We've seen him in hearings. He is very known for rolling up his sleeves, not wearing a suit coat, and kind of being that aggressive figure in these committees. And some wonder, especially in moderate districts, how's that going to play with constituents? So these are all some of the question marks that have come up over the last few days and at least the 2 weeks that we've been waiting for them to vote on the speaker.
You are watching the time dwindle on this quorum call. Now, James, sometimes they wait a little bit. It doesn't always like lock down right away, but we're watching now for these nominating speeches, these speeches in support of candidates. Jim Jordan, of course, the Republican who will be trying to convince all of his colleagues to support him. And then Hakeem Jeffries will be the nominee for the Democrats. I misspoke earlier. Mike Simpson is from Idaho, not Ohio. So my apologies to everyone from Idaho and Ohio. Let's talk about what Jordan has done, because clearly Ohio is on our brain.
Right.
He is known for his roots in Ohio. He's known for his work in his district. But it's important to note this collision course that you're talking about, that not all of the Ohioan Republicans are in support of him. How has he been whipping up support? How has he been working the phones or trying to convince people that he should get this job?
He is reaching out to some Republicans for the first time. He was one of the co-founders of the House Freedom Caucus a decade ago.
I have to pause you there because he's a committee head.
Right.
He's a loud Republican on Capitol Hill, and he hasn't been cultivating those relationships until now?
He hasn't, because I don't believe until now he aspired to be Speaker in a real way in recent years.
And I just want to contrast that to Kevin McCarthy or Steve Scalise. You know, we heard members on the floor talking about, and I've heard this as well, that, you know, McCarthy knows their kids' birthdays, knows when a relative dies, like has been working this these relationships over so many years, as had Scalise.
Yeah, and you know that's what having a whip operation means. That's what being in leadership means. Is you sort of have to know what every one of your members wants, sort of what their district needs, what the politics are, what the polling is in their individual districts. You have to be very mindful. You know, the House whip folks call it care and feeding. You know, it's like animals at a zoo, but you're kind of, everyone needs care and feeding. What do you need? Is there an earmark you want? How can we get your vote? What do you want? And so someone like Scalise had spent years building up this whip operation where he had files on every House Republican. You know, a lot of the members of leadership travel a ton. For example, last year before the midterms, to go hold fundraisers for some of people who are running in competitive districts to get to know them so that they could get their votes. Jim Jordan hasn't done that kind of travel. He is a hard right member who has a power base and indeed ran against Kevin McCarthy for leader a few years ago, though he didn't think he was going to win. It was more to make a point. But he's someone who has never been in leadership. He's someone who, in his nearly 2 decades in the House, has actually never passed a piece of legislation before. He is a fighter. He's not a legislator. So this is a new role for him. But to your question, he has been reaching out to these people that he didn't have relationships really with before, either from House Judiciary Committee or House Oversight. Those members he did know. The kind of traditional clubbier appropriators, the members on not just appropriations, but Ways and Means who write tax policy, they tend to be more bipartisan, and they tend to not really be Jordan's cup of tea, nor is he theirs. And so he has been sitting down with them, asking what they want, making private commitments to people. The big block that Jordan focused on over the weekend were the people on House Armed Services. Those are the hawks. The committee overwhelmingly supports more funding for Ukraine. Jordan has been skeptical of Ukraine. And so last Friday, there was a lot of talk on the Hill that the Armed Services members were going to sort of vote as a bloc against Jordan and stop him from becoming Speaker. Jordan went to Mike Rogers, a Republican from Alabama, who's chairman of that committee, and basically said, look, I will let Ukraine funding come up for a vote on the floor. We'll have regular order. I'll make sure that the National Defense Reauthorization Act, which is the big thing that committee puts together every year, I'll make sure it gets an up or down vote. And that was able to get Mike Rogers in Jordan's column. Also, it's worth pointing out, it's not just the kind of inside game, which is what that is. It's also the outside game. If you're Mike Rogers, you're representing a pretty rural district in Alabama. And conservatives, encouraged by Jordan, made sure that they were heard from. Sean Hannity and many others were kind of making calls over the weekend. Glenn Beck, other conservative sort of commentators, trying to push these members into line. So Jordan's playing the inside game and the outside game, and he has been able to flip a lot of people who last Friday, even on Saturday, didn't seem like they would be on Team Jordan today for the first vote. Ann Wagner, a very close ally, a Republican from Missouri, she was very angry about how Steve Scalise was treated. She felt like Jim Jordan wasn't gracious when Scalise beat him last week. And on Friday, she told reporters when they asked whether she would vote for Jordan, hell no. And then yesterday, she announced she's voting for Jim Jordan. They had a meeting. We don't know what promises were made. And then this morning, another big get for Jim Jordan, and these have sort of been coming out to create this sense of momentum. Every couple hours, a Republican will put out a statement. Juan Ciscomani, who is a freshman from Arizona, a swing district outside Phoenix, he is going to have a tough race. He's he was a very big McCarthy ally, and he said he'll vote for Jordan.
I want to go to Mariana Sotomayor, who covers the House of Representatives for the Washington Post and joins us from there now. Mariana, let's talk about some of these flips, these switches. How significant are they?
You know, it has signified just some momentum for Jordan, and it is pretty significant, especially, you know, it was just mentioned Juan Ciscomani. He is a freshman. He is a moderate. He does represent a swing district, and many of these Republicans last week were privately signaling that Jordan, who is known as a MAGA conservative, he's known nationally to Democratic voters as that kind of Republican boogeyman. They were worried that this would make it harder for them electorally. However, Jordan really has been winning over their support simply by telling them, look, because I have those alliances with, whether it's Fox News, whether it's the Freedom Caucus, I can try and control those things so they don't come after you. And it is a very risky bet that some of these moderates are making, but it's one that we are likely to see. There are still, though, a significant amount of Republicans who are not going to support him. Our expectation is that he is going to lose on this first ballot. We will know in real time whether he goes to a second ballot. But, you know, some Republicans have said, I'm not going to vote for him out of protest of, you know, differing feelings as to why on the first ballot. But, you know, as we get to the second or third ballot, they may flip. But also, the longer you get into the balloting process, you have some Republicans who are simply saying, I'm not going to do and vote for 15 ballots like I did for McCarthy earlier this year. If Jordan doesn't get it by third, fourth ballot, we should start looking elsewhere for another Republican candidate.
Such insights. Thank you so much, Mariana. Rhonda, I want to go into this more with you. This question of these flips, some notable names, important because either they wield power on important committees or because there are some of these moderates or Republicans who wouldn't necessarily be aligned with Jordan in terms of legislative tactics. What does it mean big picture?
Big picture, one of the things that I've observed over the last week is that, as I've mentioned before, the mood here on Capitol Hill, where it seemed like a little bit of novelty that they would go behind closed doors, figure out who would be the next leader. But by the end of the week, it almost felt like there was some resignation. And you also may see that, too, in some of the ways that the people who did flip in their public statements of why they flipped. You're not seeing very enthusiastic support for Jim Jordan among those people who flipped. What you're hearing more is that we want the House to be unified. We have to move forward because we have the situation in Israel. We need to move forward on that. We've got the stopgap measure that ends next month. We have to move forward on that. So it seems like a lot of members are taking this moment saying, you know what, he's the person that has the most votes in our closed door sessions. Even though he didn't have enough, he has the most right now. Let's go with him. So that it's been an interesting, kind of like a perfect storm of things, different factors that have been coming around on Capitol Hill when you consider Israel, when you consider the timing of needing to keep the government funding, and the fact that they just did not have a lot of momentum for one single person in their caucus. I think that's something to really listen out for when you are listening to these statements these members are making when they say why they flipped. You're not seeing any sort of really enthusiastic support for Jordan.
Rhonda, James was talking to us about Jim Jordan's record and what he's done in the House. And he's really been that pusher, that gadfly, the critic, sometimes the yeller, often the yeller. What happens when sort of the dog that chases the car actually catches the car? What do we know about what a Speaker Jim Jordan would look like and act like?
That is a very open question right now for both Republicans and Democrats because he has not been in this type of leadership role. He does, of course, head up the House Judiciary Committee, which is a very big committee and a chairmanship that's important here in the House. But no one really knows that leadership style. And just for background, Jim Jordan, he was elected in 2007, and he was a little known, but he did found the Freedom Caucus. And he was somewhat the Matt Gaetz of the day. He was a disruptor. He was a flamethrower. He is on the further right. And we also remember that it was very public when he became the ranking member in some of the relevant committees that handled the first impeachment trial of former President Trump. That's where a lot of America met Jim Jordan as sort of that attack dog who was there deployed to be that face for advocacy for the former president. That's really what a lot of people, including some members, know of him, is that aggressive stance. So how will he be in a position like this? That remains to be seen. And I think that's why you've been seeing so many questions from members of his own caucus about what his leadership style might be at a really critical time.
James, I want to talk more about why Democrats are critical of James.
That's his real name.
That's his real name, James News, of Jim Jordan. There are obviously concerns about his tactics. They're on polar opposites in terms of what they believe and what they want to see happen in this country. But they've also raised concerns about his alliance with Donald Trump and what he was doing on January 6th and in advance of January 6th when the Capitol was attacked. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Democrats. Ken Buck, the Republican congressman from Colorado, who, for those who remember the 2010 elections, was the Tea Party guy from Colorado who lost because he was too conservative. He has been out there saying he doesn't want to vote for Jim Jordan until he acknowledges publicly that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. But to what actually happened in 2020? Now, both Kevin McCarthy and Jim Jordan, among the majority of House Republicans, voted to overturn the 2020 election, to not certify Joe Biden's victory in Arizona. But Jim Jordan was actively working with Trump. McCarthy and others kind of reluctantly went along with the pressure campaign. Jim Jordan was on calls with the White House. He was strategizing with Trump's lawyers. He was very much supportive of what they called the Stop the Steal movement. And he was a party to what Trump was trying to do on the House, trying to push other House Republicans to go along, and very much an ally of Trump. And indeed, he is a current endorser and supporter of Donald Trump during a contested Republican presidential primary. And there is some concern among some of the other campaigns that he will use his perch as Speaker, if he gets it, to help Trump, to boost Trump. We're 1 month out. A month from today, the government will shut down if there's not a spending deal, because they had this temporary deal, which is ultimately what cost McCarthy his job. And Trump,
funding the government,
funding the government, exactly.
Right. Not getting it to the edge,
exactly.
Not the brinksmanship, not the scare tactics, not the taking it right up to the deadline. It was the deal making.
Right. And Matt Gaetz just posted a picture of himself on what used to be Twitter a few minutes ago, walking with Jim Jordan today, and they're both all smiles. Make no mistake, if Jim Jordan becomes Speaker today, maybe not on the first ballot or the second or the third, that is a huge win for Matt Gaetz. It's not like McCarthy was replaced by a like-minded member of leadership. This is kind of the House Freedom Caucus getting one of their own in charge. And so what's interesting, the dynamic here is that the people who Jordan needs to sway to get where he needs are the people who are most persuadable by the argument that we need a Speaker of the House, that with what's going on in Israel, with the government shutdown looming in exactly a month, that someone needs to be Speaker and that a Speaker Jordan is better than nobody as Speaker. And so that argument does have purchase with some of those people I was talking about on the Armed Services Committee a couple minutes ago, or on the Foreign Affairs Committee, or on appropriations, that they want some certainty. And is that enough to get Jordan over the top? I don't think it will on the first ballot, but that could get him there in a way that, ironically, it wouldn't have gotten, if it was a more establishment person like McCarthy, Matt Gaetz wouldn't care and wouldn't be persuaded to vote for Scalise because of that reality.
It's such a good point, James, this question of can we reason with each other?
Right.
But there are some members of the Republican caucus who say, no, you can't reason with me. I'm going my way no matter what. I'm watching out of the corner of my eye as I'm listening to you, our tally here for the call of the House, the quorum. Rhonda, I want to talk to you more about how Democrats are reacting to news that Jim Jordan is going to be nominated today for the speakership. But first, talk to us about what we see on the screen here. No time left. There's a handful of votes still outstanding. We've got 3 no votes yet from Republicans, 1 no vote from Democrat. And so we're looking to see if 4 people will show up and make their presence known here before we move on.
Yeah, that's all correct. And part of this quorum call is, as we've already said, is to kind of take early roll call to see if everybody's present and in the room or on the Hill. But it also doesn't matter in the sense of no matter how many people are in the chamber, the simple majority of those members will be the people who will need to elect a speaker. So there have been previous instances, and I believe it was once with Nancy Pelosi, where all members weren't present, but the vote was taken. And what that means is it just brings down the number of majority members to elect the speaker. So it may not hit that 217, but it will contain all those votes of people who are present today. It appears just anecdotally of being here over the last few days that no one wants to miss this. Even though no one knows what the future is, people want to be present and get this process started. So I think we're just waiting to see what happens next. But no matter how many people are here and say that they are here to vote, that's how many people you'll need to elect the speaker.
Talk to us now about the Democrats and how they are reacting to the potential of a Jim Jordan as speaker.
You get the sense that they're still calculating all of that. I spoke with Catherine Clark, who is the minority whip in the House. She had just left a meeting. It's a regular weekly meeting of the Democratic caucus behind closed doors, and it was extended today. I asked her, how are people feeling in that room to go onto the floor now and potentially at the end of the day have a Speaker Jordan? She said that many members are raising concerns. Many of the concerns we've already listed, of course, his closeness to Trump, the fact that he was subpoenaed by the congressional panel investigating January 6th, and he defied that subpoena. But there are other issues, too, on their minds. His stance on social programs, his stance on abortion. He is harder right. But they also know that they need someone in order to start the business back up of the House. So I did ask her, is there a world where the House Democrats can work with a Jim Jordan? And it does remain to be seen. But she is saying that they want to work in a bipartisan fashion, but they are incredibly aware that this is one of the harder right members that the Republican caucus could put forward. So you can sense that they are calculating what the future holds just for the chamber overall and how they will be equipped to work with him.
Yeah, James, there are 2 different calculations. There's the politics, and then there's the functionality of Congress.
And to the question of, will Jim Jordan be able to work with Democrats? They have to if the government isn't going to default, if the government isn't going to shut down indefinitely. I mean, that's the thing about being speaker. That's why so many speakers have sort of had to sell out in the eyes of the kind of Jim Jordan allies on the House Freedom Caucus, because you do have to make deals. That's what governing is. It's a 2-party system. Democrats control the White House and the Senate. Republicans obviously have a very narrow majority. And so, you see all those photo ops where it's Kevin McCarthy sitting in the Oval Office with Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell and Hakeem Jeffries, or before that, Nancy Pelosi. It is very hard to imagine, for those of us who have spent a lot of time covering Capitol Hill, Jim Jordan sitting in that photo op in the Oval Office where they're actually trying to work out a deal. But there is a school of thought, and I'm not sure it's true, but this is maybe a rationalization by some of these more moderate members. And when we say moderate, to be clear, they're quite conservative. They're just more moderate than Jim Jordan. That maybe he will be a more effective speaker because he'll be able to wrangle the support of people like Matt Gaetz and others who would never go along with Kevin McCarthy. But that maybe if Jim Jordan is, as you put it so perfectly, the dog who catches up with the truck, then Jim Jordan's going to bring along some of those hardline members, and then maybe they will be able to cut deals and govern. That might be wishful thinking, but that is what someone like Dusty Johnson, a Republican from South Dakota, who's the chair of one of the 5 families, the Republican Main Street Caucus. That's what he just told a gaggle of reporters, including our colleague Jackie Alamani, right outside of the House chamber, for explaining why he, though a Jordan skeptic, is getting on board.
Yeah, it's always fascinating when the outsiders become the insiders. Yeah. So if not just Jim Jordan, but those 8 members who there was some various reasons and goals for not supporting Kevin McCarthy 2 weeks ago, if they're suddenly brought into the fold more, will they be able to govern? Will they be able to give counsel? Will they be able to not criticize Jordan, even if he does some of the governing that is required of the Speaker of the House?
That said, so again, that's the mentality of a lot of people.
That's what Congressman Johnson's trying to sell people.
When Donald Trump became president, that was also a widespread belief. When you talk to many of these same Republican members, and they said, yeah, Donald Trump said a lot of wild things on the campaign trail, but once you're president, you have to get serious, and you can't shut down the government and all of that. And obviously, Trump didn't really change after he became president. But that is sort of the
it's one of the arguments.
It's one of the arguments.
Yeah. So we see 2 Republicans at this point. 1 Republican now not voting, and we do know that one was not anticipating being here today.
Yeah, and then so that's Gus Bilirakis, the Republican from Florida who supports Jordan, will be there. We also
tonight. We'll be there tonight. Yeah, coming back tonight.
He's flying back from a funeral in Florida. But what I would say as we start to get close to wrapping up this quorum call is the number I'm watching for is it does seem like Jordan has gotten momentum. In fact, in the last couple minutes, Marianne Miller Meeks from Iowa announced that she will support Jordan on the floor. That's a big get for Jordan. The number I'm watching is 200. That would be short, but Kevin McCarthy got 201 votes on the first ballot and every subsequent ballot. If Jim Jordan hits there, I think he'll be in striking distance.
Let's listen to what Congressman Patrick McHenry is doing. This is the temporary Speaker of the House. Let's listen in.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Mr. Speaker Pro Temp, Madam Clerk, colleagues, on behalf of the House Republican Conference, I rise today to nominate the gentleman from Ohio, Jim Jordan, as Speaker of the People's House. We are at a time of great crisis across America, a time of historic challenges in this very chamber, and a time when heinous acts of terror and evil have been committed against our great ally, Israel. As this body convenes for the sacred responsibility to elect the next Speaker of the People's House, I am reminded of the Book of Esther. For such a time is this. Jim Jordan will be America's Speaker for such a time as this. A time when hardworking American families are struggling under the vice of inflation, not able to afford groceries, heat, or gas because of the trillions and trillions of dollars of reckless spending by failed far-left government. A time when millions are being illegally trafficked and smuggled across our southern and northern borders due to the catastrophic and inhumane wide-open borders of Joe Biden. A time when violent crime is skyrocketing across America, destroying our great cities, suburbs, and small towns, where people no longer feel safe in their homes or in their communities. A time when American energy production has been crushed by Joe Biden's radical, failed, far-left policies, causing seniors, farmers, and families to pay more at the pump and struggle with skyrocketing utility bills. A time when the federal government is weaponized against we the people, who they are supposed to serve, stripping us of our God-given constitutional rights and wrongfully targeting conservatives, Catholics, and even parents at school board meetings. And a time when the people of our closest and most precious ally, Israel, suffered the bloodiest day since the Holocaust, with acts of inhumane evil committed by Hamas terrorists backed by Iran, grotesque atrocities. the beheadings of babies, rapes, kidnappings, and slaughter of women, children, and the elderly, and Israelis and Americans taken hostage. We are here in this very chamber for such a time as this. Jim Jordan will be We the People speaker for such a time as this. Our friend and colleague Jim Jordan is a patriot. He is an America First warrior who wins the toughest of fights, going after corruption and delivering accountability at the highest levels of government on behalf of we, the people. Jim is the voice of the American people who have felt voiceless for far too long. Whether as Judiciary Chair, conservative leader, or representative for his constituents in West Central Ohio, whether on the wrestling mat or in the committee room, Jim Jordan is strategic, scrappy, tough, and principled. He is a mentor, a worker, and above all, he is a fighter. And the American people know, we know, that Jim Jordan is a winner on behalf of the American people. Almost 10 years ago, many of us sat with our colleague Jim Jordan in this very chamber when Prime Minister Netanyahu delivered his historic joint address, which some of our colleagues across the aisle shamefully boycotted. Bibi pointed out that in this very chamber, we serve under the watchful gaze of Moses. He said, quote, "Overlooking all of us in this chamber is the image of Moses. And before the people of Israel entered the land of Israel, Moses gave us a message that has steeled our resolve for thousands of years. Be strong and resolute, neither fear nor dread them." He went on to say, "My friends, may Israel and America always stand together, strong and resolute. May we neither fear nor dread the challenges ahead. May we face the future with confidence, strength, and hope." End quote. On behalf of the American people, let's face the future with confidence, strength, and hope. Let's elect Jim Jordan, our Speaker of the People's House, for such a time as this. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, with great respect for this institution, as chairman of the Democratic Caucus, I am directed by the vote of that caucus to present for election to the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives the name of the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, the pride of Crown Heights, a representative from the state of New York. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this is not the history we wanted to make here in the House. It's something that none of us imagined when we were sworn in to this office. We are here because the House has been thrown into chaos. We are here because this hallowed chamber has been led to a breaking point by two dangerous forces: extremism and partisanship. The American people place their faith in us to tackle their most pressing issues: lowering costs, growing the middle class, and standing up to those set on delivering a national abortion ban. The choice before us is simple: come together on a bipartisan path forward, or take us over the cliff. Abandon the extremism that is preventing us from getting things done, or triple down on division and dysfunction. A vote today to make the architect of a nationwide abortion ban a vocal election denier and an insurrection insider to the Speaker of this House would be a terrible message to the country and our allies. Mr. Speaker, it would send an even more troubling message to our enemies, that the very people who would seek to undermine democracy are rewarded with positions of immense power. We're talking about someone who has spent his entire career trying to hold our country back, putting our national security in danger, attempting government shutdown after government shutdown, wasting taxpayer dollars on baseless investigations with dead ends, authoring the very bill that would ban abortion nationwide without exceptions, and inciting violence on this chamber. Even leaders of his own party have called him a legislative terrorist. He once said, quote, "I didn't come to Congress to make more laws." His words speak for themselves. When New Yorkers recovering from Hurricane Sandy needed Congress to act, he said no. When wildfires ravaged the West, destroying homes and businesses, and those residents needed disaster assistance, he said no. When the Mississippi River floods devastated the South and communities across state lines needed Congress to act, he said no. When our veterans were suffering from disease and dying as a result of their service to our country, and Congress passed a bipartisan solution, he said no. When our ally in Ukraine looked to Congress for additional support to help defeat Putin, he said no. And just before Hamas's brutal terrorist attack on Israel, he said no to fully funding military aid for our ally. This body is debating elevating a speaker nominee who has not passed a single bill in 16 years. These are not the actions of someone interested in governing or bettering the lives of everyday Americans. This is nothing less than the rejection of the oath that we swore to uphold as duly elected members of this body. But on this side of the aisle and throughout this chamber, I'm convinced our oath still matters. To fulfill our obligations to the American people, we have no choice today but to vote for a leader of both character and conviction. When the Congress first began, we proudly stood next to him as our leader and made a promise to every American. House Democrats would work to find common ground on the issues that matter most to the American people whenever possible. That we would stand up to extremism whenever necessary. Only Hakeem Jeffries can be trusted to keep his word. Only Hakeem Jeffries can lead us out of the chaos and towards a path of governance. It brings me immense pride to nominate our friend, the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, as Speaker. I'm not done yet. He may just be the candidate with the most votes, but he is also the candidate with the most credibility. If the goal is to continue a 30-year march to hollow out our democratic institutions, weaken our democracy, and embolden extremists, there's a candidate for you. If the goal is to continue taking marching orders from a twice-impeached former president with more than 90 pending felony charges, then there is a candidate for you. The world is watching, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Our allies in Ukraine and Israel are watching and waiting. So let's have this vote, but let's be clear. A vote for the gentleman from Ohio is a vote to turn your back on national security. It's a vote to turn your back on a bipartisan path to fund the government and avoid shutdowns, something we can only do if we reject his nomination. House Democrats are in the minority. We realize that. If House Republicans wanted to elect a speaker without us, then they could have. There is still a path forward for both Democrats and Republicans to come together to elect a speaker who can unite us behind a common purpose, keeping the government open on a bipartisan compromise that won more than 300 votes just 4 months ago in this chamber, taking up an up or down vote on help so Israel can defeat Hamas and Ukraine can defeat Putin, and reassuring the American people that their legislators have their backs. It's that simple, Mr. Speaker, and we can do it today. Let's work together. Let's elect a speaker who will reach out a hand of bipartisanship and deliver for the American people. That is why, once again, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm proud to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman yields back. The names of the Honorable Jim Jordan, a representative from the state of Ohio, and the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative from the state of New York, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the chair appoints the following tellers. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk. The gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the Speaker's rostrum.
You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. We just heard these nominating speeches for Jim Jordan and Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries, of course, the leading Democrat in the House, and so all Democrats are supporting him, expected to vote for him as they have been doing. James, let's talk about this process right now.
So now we're going to have these members who are from the House Administration Committee. That's why they've been chosen. Steele there from Wisconsin is the Republican chairman of the Administration Committee. He'll count the votes. They'll both keep a tally. They're going to do an audible roll call vote. They're going to start alphabetically. And so we will know pretty early whether or not Jordan is going to lose 4 votes. Just looking at the alphabetical list, Ken Buck, who's told our colleagues he does not plan to vote for Jordan, Don Bacon, Mario Diaz-Balart. You could have no votes early, so it'll be pretty clear he's not going to get it on the first ballot. On the other hand, if there's a surprise and some of those members vote for Jordan, that could mean that he's in a position to get to 217.
This is Libby Casey. I'm here with James Homan, and I have Rhonda Colvin with us live on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, Jim Jordan cannot afford to lose many Republicans, can he?
He can't, and we will learn very early if this is going to go into another round. I'm sitting here looking at the House floor, and it feels like deja vu. This was the same process. I sat in the House gallery the full week of Kevin McCarthy's election to Speaker, and it's sort of like you're holding your breath because we didn't know then either when looking at the roster who would be yay or nay for McCarthy. But you do learn it pretty early because Jordan cannot lose more than 4. So, of course, we know Buck is at the beginning of the alphabet. We know Bacon is at the beginning of the alphabet. We'll be able to sense where this is going pretty soon. And, of course, we also know that all Democrats appear to be unified and have been since January, that they will vote for Hakeem Jeffries. And from what I have been hearing here, and from history's sake, I don't think we would expect many of them to vote for anyone else but Jeffries. So this is a really important point in the day when we will see the rest of the day and perhaps the rest of the week.
An alphabetical roll call. We'll be listening to hear who the Republicans support. Now, we'll, of course, pay attention to the Democrats as well, but as Rhonda said, we expect them to all vote for Jeffries, and so the question will be, are the Republicans unified? Are even 200 of them unified?
House, come to order.
And are enough of them unified to get Jim Jordan over the threshold he needs?
Is there a path?
Is there a path?
The roll will
Yes.
now be called, and those responding to their names will indicate by surname the nominee of their choosing. The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Jordan. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. Jordan. Allen. Jordan. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. Jordan. Armstrong. Jordan. Arrington. Jordan. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Jordan. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. Jordan. Balderson. Jordan. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. Jordan. Barr. Jordan. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. Jordan. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. Jordan. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Jordan. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Jordan. Biggs. Jordan. Bilirakis. Bilirakis. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Jordan. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Bobert. Jordan. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. Jordan. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Jordan. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. Jordan. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. Jordan. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. Jordan. Burgess. Jordan. Burleson. Jordan. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. Jordan. Kamick. Jordan. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Cardenas. Carey. Jordan. Carl. Jordan. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. Jordan. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Jordan. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Shearfillis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Siscomani. Jordan. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Jordan. Cloud. Jordan. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Jordan. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. Jordan. Collins. Jordan. Comer. Jordan. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Jordan. Crawford. Jordan. Crenshaw. Jordan. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. Jordan. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Jordan. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz. Jordan. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Jordan. D'Esposito. Zelton. Diaz-Balart. Scalise. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Jordan. Duarte. Jordan. Duncan. Jordan. Dunn of Florida. Jordan. Edwards. Jordan. Elsie. Garcia. Emmer. Jordan. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. Jordan. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. Jordan. Fallon. Jordan. Feenstra. Jordan. Ferguson. Jordan. Finstad. Jordan. Fishbach. Jordan. Fitzgerald. Jordan. Fitzpatrick. Jordan. Fleischman. Jordan. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. Jordan. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Jordan. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Jordan. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Jordan. Fulcher. Jordan. Gates. Jordan. Gallagher. Jordan. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Zeldin. Mike Garcia. Jordan. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. Scalise. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas. Jordan. Gosar. Jordan. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. Granger. Scalise. Graves of Louisiana. Jordan. Graves of Missouri. Jordan. Green of Tennessee. Jordan. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. Jordan. Griffith. Jordan. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Jordan. Guest. Jordan. Guthrie. Jordan. Hageman. Jordan. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Jordan. Harshbarger. Jordan. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. Jordan. Higgins of Louisiana. Jordan. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. Jordan. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. Jordan. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Jordan. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Jordan. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. Jordan. Hunt. Jordan. Issa. Jordan. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. Jordan. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. James. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Jordan. Johnson of Ohio. Jordan. Johnson of South Dakota. Jordan. 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 Joyce of Ohio. Joyce of Ohio. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Jordan. Camlager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. Jordan. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Jordan. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
The Honorable Steve
Scalise. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. Jordan. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. Jordan. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. Jordan. LaHood. Jordan. LaLota. Zeldin. Okay. LaMalfa. LaMalfa. Lamborn. Jordan. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. Jordan. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. Jordan. LaTurner. Jordan. Lawler.
Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. Jordan. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. Jordan. Letlow. Jordan. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. Jordan. Lucas. Jordan. Lutkemeyer. Jordan. Luna. Jordan. Luttrell. Jordan. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. Jordan. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. Jordan. Mann. Jordan. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. Jordan. Mast. Jordan. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. Jordan. McCall. Jordan. McLean. Jordan. McClellan. Jeffries. McClintock. Jordan. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. Jordan. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. Jordan. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. Jordan. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Jordan. Miller of Ohio. Jordan. Miller of West Virginia. Jordan. Miller Meeks. Jordan. Mills. Jordan. Molinaro. Jordan. Molinar. Jordan. Mooney. Jordan. Moore of Alabama. Jordan. Moore of Utah. Jordan. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. Jordan. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Moran. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Jordan. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. Jordan. Newhouse. Jordan. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Jordan. None of Iowa. Jordan. Obernolte. Jordan. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Jordan. Omar. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. Jordan. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Jordan. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne.
Gentleman from New York, Hakeem
Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. Jordan. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Jordan. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. Jordan. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. Jordan. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Jordan. Rogers of Washington. Jordan. Rogers of Alabama. Jordan. Rogers of Kentucky. Jordan. Rose. Jordan. Rosendale. Jordan. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Jordan. Roy. Jordan. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. Scalise. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Jordan. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Jordan. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. Jordan. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Jordan. Austin Scott. Jordan. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Jordan. Sessions. Jordan. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. Scalise. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Jordan. Smith of Nebraska. Jordan. Smith of New Jersey. Jordan. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Jordan. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Sparts. Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Jordan. Steele. Jordan. Stefanik. Jordan. Style. Jordan. Stubbe. Jordan. Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. Jordan. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. Jordan. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Jordan. Tiffany. Jordan. Timmons. Jordan. Titus. Jeffries. Talib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. Jordan. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Jordan. Van Drew. Jordan. Van Dyne. Jordan. Van Orden. Jordan. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. Jordan. Wahlberg. Jordan. Waltz. Jordan. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. Jordan. Webster of Florida. Jordan. Winstrup. Jordan. Westerman. Jordan. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. Jordan. Williams of Texas. Jordan. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Jordan. Whitman. Jordan. Womack. Scalise. Yakum. Jordan. Zinke.
James Daniel Jordan of Ohio.
Jordan.
Switch pens. All right, so I have 199 to 211.
There are a handful of members who have not yet voted, so those names will be called again here in a moment. But the news is in. Jim Jordan does not have enough votes to become Speaker of the House, even though the tally is not final and there are still a handful of people who can vote because they missed in the first round or just stayed mum basically in that first round. But Jim Jordan is well away from the threshold he needs. He needs 217 votes to become Speaker. Democrats remained unified in all voting for Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of their party. And so Jordan saw a lot of defections. James, we're talking about upwards of a dozen, around 20 or so. We're still waiting to see a handful of these here.
So we have 16 firm no's.
Yep. Let's listen now to the rest of the vote here.
The House will come to order. The reading clerk will now call the names of the members who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Bilirakis. Bilirakis. Buck. Emmer. Cardenas. Jeffries. James. Cole.
Mr. Joyce of Ohio.
Joyce of Ohio. Jordan. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Sparts. Massey.
Those are all the members who didn't vote in that first round, James. Now, we already know that Gus Bilirakis is absent today. He's at a funeral. He plans to be back tonight. He supports Jim Jordan, but he is not here to give that support. And we saw a mixed bag in terms of who the others supported in that second opportunity. This will stay open for a little while. So I want you to break down for us which coalitions voted which way. But I want to go to Rhonda Colvin first for this major headline. Jim Jordan has fallen short in his first attempt to become Speaker. Rhonda, let's talk about what that means for the day and the rest of the prospects. And I'll say again, we don't have the official tally yet, but we know that enough people did not vote for Jim Jordan that he couldn't hit that threshold. What does it mean for the rest of the day and for his prospects as Speaker?
Well, it means anything can happen at this point. Just going back for historical context, when this happened, when the former Speaker McCarthy was elected, sometimes they went right back into a round. Sometimes they took a short break. Sometimes they adjourned for the day to go, behind the scenes and do some vote counts. This tells you, because he really did fall short of the number that he needed, that there is really some hardened feelings against him. In fact, even to give it even broader context, the reason why the GOP caucus met behind closed doors all last week was to avoid this thing, to avoid going on the floor and having this play out in public. So for this to happen shows you that there are a number of folks who just have not been talked in to the potential of a Jim Jordan speakership. So right now we've got to wait for the clerk to officially announce the tally. Jeffries, having the full support of Democrats, actually has a few more votes than Jordan if you don't count the people who haven't been counted or the people who voted for other people. But we're all waiting for this to all shake out and for us to get a final tally. But this situation is exactly what the House GOP wanted to avoid, having this be a public situation where they now in real time have to whip votes and go in the hallway and talk to some of these members about coming over to the Jordan side. There are some routes they could take if this does play out into a day-long, week-long situation. I've heard GOP members float the idea of possibly brokering a deal with Democrats, figuring out if there is a consensus candidate that both sides to agree so they could get some Democrat votes for a speaker. That, of course, is a little far right now, but again, anything can happen. We expected this somewhat because after last night's GOP caucus meeting, there were people who said they just had not yet been convinced about Jordan. So we're seeing that now.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. James, we have 20 Republicans who have floated a name different than Jim Jordan's name. So as you were listening, you heard Jeffries from the Democrats, and then from the Republicans, every now and then you'd hear Scalise, you'd hear McCarthy, you'd hear Thomas Massey there from Victoria Sparks at the very end. Talk to us about why we're hearing different names first.
And a non-member of the House, Lee Zeldin, a former member that several members, or at least two members of the New York delegation, Anthony D'Esposito and Andrew Garbarino, voted for. Lee Zeldin was the Republican nominee for governor in New York last year. So basically, the 20 no votes break into different categories. I'll start with New York. The New York delegation, very, very important to winning the majority for Republicans last year. They are nervous that Jim Jordan led the fight against funding for New York and New Jersey after Superstorm Sandy in 2012, that he was sort of that the federal government shouldn't be bailing these guys out, and they think that could potentially be a problem. That ties into sort of a connected group, which is the frontliners. These are people who are facing very tough re-election fights in 2024 in swing districts. At least 6 of the 18 House Republicans who represent districts that Joe Biden carried in 2020 voted against Jim Jordan. And I think some of those, that was based on my tally before the last couple of people came in. I think John James represents a district in Michigan that Biden carried, so that number might be slightly higher. But basically, a third of the Republicans in Biden districts see Jim Jordan as a political problem for them and want to create some distance. In some cases, perhaps they're saying, I'll vote against him on the first ballot and be with him later so that they can show they didn't just fall in line. In other cases, some of the opposition seems firmer. The big group and some of the most surprising anti-Jordan votes we heard from are appropriators. These are deal makers. These are people who work, they're called cardinals. The chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Kay Granger from Texas, kind of probably the most powerful House Republican most Americans have never heard of because she controls the money, the purse strings. She voted for Scalise. And so that was a surprising no. And it reflects a fear that Jordan's not going to keep the government open, that he's not going to fund the government, that he's going to be sort of the hardliner he's always been. And so ultimately, I think appropriators and frontliners are the two main groups. And then you have some people who are just allies of Steve Scalise and feel like he was treated really poorly, and allies of Kevin McCarthy who also are angry that Speaker Jordan would be a win for Matt Gaetz.
Rhonda, let's talk our viewers through what we're seeing here on the House floor. This vote is not officially closed with the tally done. So talk to us about the actual process of what we're seeing.
Well, before the desk announces the final tally, they want to make sure they've dotted all I's and crossed all T's. This, of course, is very important. Anything that is voted on in this chamber is very important. They want to make sure that they've collected all of the folks who may not have said anything when their names were called, may not have been in the chamber. Sometimes members step out in the outer area of the chamber. So this is just kind of that procedural part where we're just waiting for the clerk to announce the final tally. This also gives time for Jim Jordan, his allies, to talk to some of those folks to see if they can come over, to see if perhaps their vote against him this time was symbolic and can be convinced in the next round. But this is something that we watched back in January, where we just don't know what might happen next. When Jim Jordan called for this vote to be held today, there was that question of why now? Because he and other Republicans said they wanted to avoid this. They wanted to just have one simple vote on the speakership and not let this play out like it did with Kevin McCarthy. So again, they have now been hit with the reality that this is going to go into another round at the very least. It could keep going. And we'll just all have to sit here and wait to see what happens next.
The magic number that someone needs today is 217. Jim Jordan fell far short of that because he had 20 Republicans defect and vote for other candidates. Not go to the Democratic side of the aisle, of course, but vote for other Republican alternatives. You had said 200 was a key number that you were watching.
And that's about where he is. It appears that he's just about 200, 201.
So if he'd fallen far short of that, would you have been...
You'd think that the dam might break the other way, that you would have people who don't like Jordan and felt like he had the momentum saying, oh, I don't know. This is basically where Kevin McCarthy started on the first round. I don't think that there is the same appetite for going 15 rounds the way that there was for McCarthy, because Jim Jordan doesn't have the relationships in the whip operation. People don't like him as much. The problem is that there's not a clear alternative. If you don't support Jim Jordan, who is it? It's not like the 20 votes were all for McCarthy or Scalise, and there was this sort of mix. And some names that, someone like Tom Cole, who was potentially interested in running for Speaker, another appropriator, Rules Committee chairman, kind of an old school Republican. And so now, you have some of the people like Scalise have left the chamber to go to their offices. We're going to get the tally. Jordan is talking to some of the appropriators. One of our reporters in the chamber saw him go and shake Mike Simpson's hand, who we were talking about before the vote started, an appropriator, sort of an establishment Republican from Idaho. Scalise is maybe saying, look, I know I didn't get you the first time, but what can I do to get you the second time? So Jordan is trying to get there.
All right, let's listen in. Again, he lost 20 Republicans. He can only afford to lose a handful, James. So we expect him to be right around that 200 mark that you were having us pay attention to before this vote took place. But he's
the tellers
far from
agree
the
in their tallies
needed.
That the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 200 votes. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212 votes. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 6 votes. Lee Zeldin of the state of New York has received 3. The Honorable Steve Scalise of the state of Louisiana has received 7. The Honorable Mike Garcia of the state of California has received 1. The Honorable Tom Emmer of the state of Minnesota has received 1. The Honorable Tom Cole of the state of Oklahoma has received 1. The Honorable Thomas Massey of the state of Kentucky has received 1. No person having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
we will be watching and listening to see when they will gavel back in and resume this process. The assumption is that Jim Jordan will go at it again. He knew he might fall short here, James. Part of this is tactics, right? Mm-hmm. Figuring out who they can convince at this point, what they need to convince them. Are there incentives? Are they promises they can make? Everything from no, we won't take the government to the shutdown brink again, or yes, we will make sure that your committee goes through the regular appropriations process. What are the conversations like behind the scenes right now?
And even more parochial, yes, I'll make sure that this project happens in your district. You can't discount some of that, especially for someone like Victoria Sparks, who's not running for re-election, voted unexpectedly for Massey, is sort of unpredictable, has been frustrated with how things are playing out on the floor. There are definitely a handful of votes that Jordan can get, gettable votes that, potentially. I just mentioned Scalise went back to his office. You see Kevin McCarthy there walking around on the floor. It's possible that McCarthy goes to some of these people. We don't know how firm he is really believing Jordan's going to get this, or if McCarthy is still waiting in the wings thinking maybe there's some kind of path for him to emerge. But if McCarthy went to the 6 people who voted for him and said, look, I appreciate it, that was really nice of you, but it's time to get on the team. Same thing with Scalise, who got 7 votes there. Ultimately, Jim Jordan doesn't need to convince all 20 holdouts. He just needs to convince really 16 or 17 of them. One of the members who didn't vote will be here potentially for a second vote later today. So the Jordan folks expressing cautious optimism, thinking that they can still get there, but adjourning for now to figure out which arms they really need to twist.
Let's bring Leanne Caldwell into the conversation. Leanne, what's it been like in terms of mood and anticipation on Capitol Hill?
So what was happening in the gallery is kind of what you saw on television, in the sense that they went through the roll call and there was shock at some people who voted against Jim Jordan, including Kay Granger, the chairwoman of the House Appropriations Committee. That was quite unexpected. But let's just take a step back here, because part of Jim Jordan's tactic was to force this vote on the House floor, even though he knew he didn't have the votes locked up. The reason is because part of his strategy has been a very intense pressure campaign from himself, from his allies, and from the right-wing ecosystem in the media and on social media to pressure these people. And so the bet from the Jim Jordan and his team was that a public vote against Jim Jordan is a public vote against kind of MAGA republicanism, and that will be too risky for some of these lawmakers to take. So they thought and they bet that they would buckle under pressure and didn't want to take that public vote against Jim Jordan. And it obviously didn't work. Everyone last night, as people were switching their votes to Jordan, was the old adage of the moderates always cave, is what most people thought on Capitol Hill, because moderates usually do cave and vote with the party for the better of the party. And this time, a lot of them did not. And so that really surprised a lot of people. And Jim Jordan is now trying to figure out what to do next.
Leanne, let's talk about that pressure campaign you were speaking of. There's inducements, there's trying to convince people, win them over, and then there's threats and like the arm twisting, the cudgel. Talk to us about the tactics that Jordan and his allies are using.
And so one moderate lawmaker told me that Sean Hannity called him directly to try to pressure him to vote for Jim Jordan. There are concerns about primary challenges to some of these moderate lawmakers, that they would get challenges from the right. There's also the threat of Donald Trump as well. Some people have alluded to the fact that Jordan has said, well, Donald Trump can be on your side or not. Trump hasn't gotten directly involved in the race, but he and Jordan are extremely close. And then there was the pressure, the very normal, old school pressure campaign where interest groups ask their supporters to call congressional offices. And so I was hearing from chiefs of staff and others that their offices were getting a deluge of calls from people asking them to vote for Jim Jordan. And so it just kind of ran the gamut. It sometimes works and sometimes it doesn't. And people thought that it would work, even though this is not something that that most people would advise. And it looks like it didn't.
Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much for reporting for us live. A couple of other moments. She mentioned that when Kay Granger went for someone who was not Jim Jordan, that was an audible moment of reaction. Another one was most of the room, if not the entire room, stood and clapped and cheered at one moment. And that was because Congresswoman Mary Peltola cast a vote. The only congressperson for all of Alaska, the congressperson at large, her husband was killed in an airplane accident recently, and she's back from Alaska here in Washington, D.C., casting this vote. Democrats got everyone here. What other moments stood out to you in terms of reaction, cheering, just the mood of that chamber today?
Yeah, I mean, that was a feel-good bipartisan moment. There were a lot of quite partisan moments. I was struck by how everyone stood and applauded and cheered on the Democratic side of the aisle for Jeffries, and that it was very clear from the beginning, even some of the people
when he voted for himself.
When he voted for himself. But on the Republican side, when Jordan voted for himself, when Jordan was nominated, you saw people who were going to sort of, because of that pressure campaign Leanne was just talking about, maybe reluctantly vote for Jordan, or were not enthused. I was struck by the lack of enthusiasm. It even felt sort of, Elise Stefanik's speech felt a little forced. She's not, she's worked out a good relationship, a working relationship with him, but they traditionally weren't close, and indeed in the past were at loggerheads. And so it did sort of feel a little forced. But then you had the Democrats who were sort of, oohing and ahhing and jeering some of the Republicans when Elise Stefanik in her speech mentioned Jim Jordan's time experience on the wrestling mat. You heard the Democrats sort of groan audibly when Maxine Waters said Hakeem Jeffries over an insurrectionist, a reference to Jim Jordan's.
So people didn't catch that. So Maxine Waters was asked for who she's voting
and
for.
And she said the Hakeem Jeffries over an insurrectionist. And it's a reference to Jim Jordan's kind of active participation in the planning for January 6th and as an architect or strategist for the effort to overturn Joe Biden's victory in the House. But Republicans jeered and booed, and they were upset about that kind of language.
Right, and I do want to just make it clear in case people aren't sure what the wrestling mat allusion is to. He was a coach. He was very big at Ohio State. He was an assistant coach there in the 80s and early 90s, and during that time, he's been accused of ignoring sexual abuse in the wrestling team. So Democrats reacted audibly when Elise Stefanik credited him as being a wrestler and someone who goes to the mat.
Right, yeah, and I mean, I think Democrats feel like their stronger hit is over January 6th, and they want the argument against Jordan. You heard in Hakeem Jeffries' in Pete Aguilar's nomination speech of Hakeem Jeffries, a California Democrat who we saw on the January 6th committee last year. He really just listed off basically 15, 20 knocks on Jim Jordan. You mentioned before the vote, Libby, that there's sort of the practicality of how do you work with a speaker, Jim Jordan, but there's also the politics. And House Democrats are giddy for the idea that they could sort of have Jim Jordan as speaker, as foil, but then they're sort of horrified by the idea that he would actually be speaker. And it is a majoritarian institution. The speakership, it may look weak right now, but whoever has the speakership, it's a job worth having because you do have quite a lot of power over what you can bring to the floor, et cetera.
Rhonda, if it was raw numbers, Hakeem Jeffries would be the Speaker of the House because he did get the most votes with 212. But of course, you instead need a simple majority, and Republicans, 20 of them defected from Jim Jordan. Can you talk about what you'll be watching for Republicans as they figure out their next moves here?
I think that this recess will tell us all we need to know about where the Republican caucus is right now. If this is a short recess, then, they may feel like they can bring this up again. If this is a prolonged recess and then we go into an adjournment for the day, then that means they know that they do not have a consensus candidate in Jim Jordan right now. So I am waiting to see and hear when the chair may bring this back up. But from the looks of it, looking at the House floor, everyone has sort of exited. I'm in the Cannon Rotunda, and I believe some members are coming through here right now. So it's believed that this might be a long break. But of course, we don't know that. I think one of the things that's important to think about as the Republican caucus tries to figure out what's next to do is also think about how the moderates, how the defense hawks in GOP caucus feel about Jim Jordan. It's not just one issue that some of the people who did not support him had. It's multiple issues. Back during the Kevin McCarthy speakership vote, a lot of what we heard up here was that they just didn't really trust him. It was just sort of a blanket statement for how the caucus felt about him. But this time around, we're hearing some very specific concerns from some of the hardliners who are not for Jordan. That is how he stands on appropriations, how he might do in a negotiation with the Senate when it comes down to the government funding next month, how he has felt about Ukraine. He has said that he wants to stop funding there. That's an issue for some folks in the national security front as well as the defense hawks in the chamber. So there are a multitude of issues that his caucus members have right now. Are they going to be resolved very quickly? Who knows? I think members are also examining what they might do next if this is not successful. We've heard about, this seems like a long shot, but partnering with Democrats. We've also heard about perhaps giving a little bit more power to the current pro tem speaker who was placed there by Kevin McCarthy, Representative McHenry, giving him a little bit more power so that perhaps they can vote on a resolution to support Israel, start some packages on that issue as well, start negotiating packages for government funding. They're really in real gridlock, and it's so interesting to be in this moment where that gridlock is coming from inside of a party versus across the aisle.
Rhonda, what happens in the House with the Speaker pro tem without an elected Speaker in place? It's been 2 weeks now since Kevin McCarthy was booted out of the job. What's been happening or not happening, and how do they see a path forward if they don't give Congressman McHenry or Speaker pro tem McHenry more power?
Yeah, I don't know if they have an answer for that. And that's what's been so interesting about reporting on this right now is that for the last few days and last 2 weeks, it sort of seems as if new details emerge every single day. This time last week, things looked like they were going in the direction of Representative Scalise. And that's not the case today. So I think they have to examine what to do next. As far as procedural things, it would be more of the same of what we've seen for the last 2 weeks. They can't do anything unless they give more power to the pro tem. Right now, maybe in the old days, the Senate being here, they were off last week, but being here now, perhaps they could have put some pressure on the lower chamber to figure this out. But I don't even think that's an influence right now. This is really gridlock coming from inside the party, and you see the fractures.
James, your thoughts on the relevance or irrelevance the House is making of itself by not having a leader right now?
We're 1 month away from a government shutdown. The funding was only extended until November 17th, and we're already hearing from some of the Republican holdouts that maybe now is the time, instead of doing another multiple series of votes, to empower Patrick McHenry as an interim speaker, to give him some authority to work out some kind of spending deal, and then maybe come back and try to elect a speaker in a few weeks. I'm not sure that will catch on, because I think a lot of members, including Jordan critics, do want a speaker because they do see the institution as weak. I don't think that I think there is this tension in place. Democrats, I think, are in a place where they're willing to start negotiating in a way that they weren't a few days ago. That maybe they would accept some modest concessions. I think a week ago, certainly before the big McCarthy vote, Hakeem Jeffries was holding out for a lot of concessions, but maybe there's some deal they can reach. Ultimately, I think Democrats would be happy just substantively if they could avoid a Speaker Jordan. So if they can find a way, not some kind of grand coalition government like we just saw in Israel, and you see it in a lot of parliamentary systems, but where essentially they're going to make sure the government gets funded. We don't really know how many of these 20 no votes are firm. Some of them are seemingly not super firm.
Yeah,
on the other hand, not everyone who voted for Jordan may vote for him the second time. So you can't just assume that it's only up. It could
Wait,
go
so you're
either
saying
way.
that people who voted for Jordan in round 1 could actually defect? They could not vote for Jordan in round 2. It's just because you got their vote the first time doesn't guarantee it a second time.
Exactly.
That's such an important point. You, Leon Caldwell, Rhonda have all talked about these strong-arm tactics that Jim Jordan and his allies are using, even getting, Sean Hannity, right, to call members. And there's also been some threats, not physical harm threats, of course, but sort of political threats of stick your neck out on this and you'll be a target, really, for the right. So how are members responding to those political threats?
Some better than others, or I guess better depending on what you
more
take.
Compliant
so Carlos Jimenez, who's a Republican from Florida, he just talked to one of our colleagues and said that the pressure campaign backfired on him. He said it cemented his opposition more. And in his words, he said, "I'm Cuban, trying to pressure me doesn't work. It backfires." On the other hand, you think about 2.5 years ago, 10 Republicans in the House voted for impeachment. Only 1 or 2 of them are still in the House. 2 of them are still in the House.
Voted for Trump's
second impeachment after January 6th. They all got primaried. This is not quite the same, but if you get into a situation where it's not Sean Hannity calling, but Donald Trump calling, maybe that doesn't carry weight with some of these frontline members where Trump lost their district, but with some of these appropriators or from people in districts where Trump won by 20, 25 points, where their biggest threat is a Republican primary, if all of a sudden 20's right on the cusp of it's a small enough group that you can have a concerted pressure campaign against the 20 holdouts, especially because you don't need to win all 20. You really only need 16, 17 to get there. And so if you think who are the 16 or 17 most likely to flip and how can you get them? Some people you can use carrots. Some people you can offer a role in leadership or their pet project will get funded or whatever. Some people you have to use the stick. And some people you have to use the carrot and the stick. Someone like Nancy Pelosi was one of the best people at doing this in the history of the Congress. Not a partisan statement at all. Mm-hmm. She was just really good. Every Republican would acknowledge that. She understood, what is it that I need to get this person to vote with me? How do I build this coalition? We saw it with the ACA. We saw it with cap and trade. She was just really good at that. Kevin McCarthy, in some ways, actually was pretty good at it. He was able, on a lot of the votes this year, against the odds, including the debt ceiling vote, he exceeded expectations. But then when this motion to vacate happened, I think McCarthy did think some Democrats were going to vote present, that Democrats would sort of be a backstop for him. They weren't. Ultimately, he lost 8 of these members, and
that's all it
took. Mm-hmm. But the problem is Jim Jordan doesn't really know this game. This is not a game that he has played. He has been happy being the outsider, being the flamethrower, criticizing people for going along to get along. And now he's trying to get people to go along to get along. And so you've seen a lot of ironic statements from people like Matt Gaetz in the last few hours who are saying, it's time to, we got to respect the majority of Republicans want this outcome. But as far as some of these Republicans are concerned, they were agreeing to vote for who won inside their conference on the first ballot, but that promise doesn't necessarily hold on the second ballot. Ultimately, though, again, they have to have an alternative, and no one is really raising their hand on the Republican side to be the alternative to Jim Jordan. And without an alternative, you're just going to have either chaos or a Speaker Jim Jordan.
Mariana Sotomayor joins us now. She is right outside the House chamber that you are looking at, Mariana. A much calmer House chamber, much quieter right now. Talk to us about where you are and where you were during the vote.
Yeah, so during the vote, I was actually inside of the chamber, was able to see the reactions happen in real time and be able to see which Republicans actually end up voting against Jordan. It is a significant amount. Jordan can only lose 4 Republicans. He lost 20. And it's been interesting to see kind of where they came from. There's a number of freshman moderates who represent swing districts who have had a consistent concern that Jordan is just too far right, and it could really hurt their electoral chances. Interesting to me, too, is a handful of appropriators, people who have for years taken the responsibility to fund the government, to do that responsibly. Of course, their concerns are, again, Jordan is far right. He listens to the Freedom Caucus, people who don't want to fund the government for a full year. It was actually interesting to hear that when Democrat Pete Aguilar, he was nominating Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker for the Democrats, he actually mentioned Jim Jordan has not actively passed any legislation in 16 years, and he has been in Congress for a majority of that time. And when that was said, Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz, two very fringy far-right members, stood up and clapped. So that is a little bit of what we're working with in the Republican conference, where you just have people who don't want to legislate. And there is this fear by pragmatic Republicans, moderate Republicans, that Jordan, as much as he's, promising a number of things, he's just not going to be able to keep up his end of the bargain at a certain point if he is Speaker. And though right now we're seeing the chamber is empty, Jordan's actually on the floor. You can kind of see around. There's certain doors. Those are the cloakrooms. Jordan is in there talking to a handful of Republicans who just voted against him. I'm sure just trying to see whether they will bend. But we're hearing already from some of them that they're not going to change their vote the next ballot.
Oh, Mariana, such a great point. Jordan is working people right now, working them personally. I want to get a sense from you of what happens next, right? We do see these side conversations happening, but what's the timeline here? When might they come back and take another whack at this?
That's a little bit unpredictable right now. I'll be completely honest. A number of Republicans telling us they think that they should meet in conference. But as those same Republicans have been saying for the past week, they've had so many meetings, and every single one of those meetings has been described as a therapy session, as Festivus, as just a continual airing of grievances where they can't elect a speaker. So sure, they might be able to meet behind closed doors and, again, air those grievances, but it's still unclear if Jordan can try and whittle down that list of 20 to 16 who can flip. And there are some Republicans who have said, though they will vote for Jordan in the first ballot, which we just saw, they're likely going to vote against him in second ballot. And the longer we go, he's going to lose support. So it's pretty tricky right now what Jordan does next. I'm sure he's just trying to gauge that to support to make that decision.
Mariana, what's the role right now of Steve Scalise and Kevin McCarthy, the man who was last Speaker of the House and the man who was in leadership, has been in leadership for quite a while, and was picked by Republicans to go ahead and be the next Speaker, and yet it all collapsed on Steve Scalise. What are McCarthy and Scalise doing right now?
Yeah, it's been really interesting to just see how both of them, the roles that they have been playing, because all of them have actually been in Congress together and in leadership, or as we know, Jordan was kind of a thorn to leadership for a long time. So they've been interconnected in many ways. McCarthy and Jordan famously were enemies, frankly. And over the years, McCarthy has actually taken in Jordan, as we have seen with the Freedom Caucus, as to make sure that, one day he could be Speaker, to have those kinds of people on his side. So McCarthy, though he is playing and very much kind of stepped back role, he is helping Jordan and advising him because they are now very close friends. When it comes to Scalise, it was interesting to see how Republicans stood up and clapped for him on the House floor because he did vote for Jordan. And that was something that really irritated a number of Republicans, particularly Scalise allies. They were really upset that Jordan did not give the same deference to Scalise behind closed doors and just concede when he lost last week. And because of that, a number of Jordan allies made very clear to Scalise that he was just never going to get the necessary votes. And you saw Scalise step back for that reason. He has not been playing a role in trying to help Jordan. And as we saw, a couple of Republicans voted for Scalise because they're still with their guy and they do not want to hand over their votes to Jordan.
Mariana, have Kevin McCarthy and Scalise released those votes? I mean, even after McCarthy was booted out, and it's almost like he was flirting again with possibly getting nominated again for Speaker. There have been a handful of members who've just said, my speaker's Kevin McCarthy, my speaker's Kevin McCarthy. What is their role in power in saying, look, support somebody else now, I'm out?
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, McCarthy has made clear, do not support me. And we still saw people supporting him. And something that I have been privately hearing from a number of Republicans who are McCarthy allies, they think the longer that this goes, they can actually, in conference, in their closed door meetings, actually condemn the speaker vote, which essentially makes it null and void. Again, not the full House rules, but this is something that Republicans themselves can do amongst their own. And then they can renominate McCarthy in conference. There are people holding out hope that that actually ends up happening here. But McCarthy, or literally insert any Republican's name here, they face the 217 vote problem. McCarthy is not going to get 217 Republican votes if we get to this kind of scenario that some Republicans have mentioned they would like to see, him kind of resurrected and coming back. But as of right now, we just don't know. For example, if Jordan were to step back, I'm sure there's a number of Republicans who would try and run for speaker, but we don't know who would actually be able to get the 217 votes. And bad blood has been running here a lot in the last couple of weeks. We've been seeing it more publicly, and I'm sure Jordan allies, if he does step back, I don't know if Jordan's even going to release those votes, for example, to help whoever may be the next speaker designate.
Such an important point. Mariana, one last question for you so you can leave that little phone type booth you're in. A phone booth is something we used to use if you're like 20 years old or younger watching this show. But Mariana, so you can get out of there and keep filing stories. I just want to ask you about Patrick McHenry as you talk about who might be floated next. What is the effort or what is the conversation like to maybe give him more power and just sort of keep the status quo for right now and have the Speaker pro tem be more powerful?
Yeah, there are many Republicans, including some in that list of 20, who would like to empower McHenry. As we know, this is the first time in history we've ever had a speaker pro tempore, and he is that person in that chair right now. He does not want to be speaker, but a lot of Republicans and a couple of Democrats say, well, you know what? He isn't like this hardline flamethrower kind of guy. We are looking at options to empowering him. However, to put anything on the floor for a vote, you need a speaker. And there's a lot of concern, I would even say among those who do want to help McHenry here, that there is no precedent for this. And, you know, is it even constitutionally possible to give McHenry more powers? There's a lot of these questions swirling because, again, we are in completely uncharted territory, and a lot of people they already know that, you know, if this were to happen again years from now, centuries from now, they're going to be looking back at this moment. And a lot of Republicans and some Democrats want to make sure that they set the precedent correctly. So it's kind of unclear whether that move to empower McHenry can happen right now.
Mariana Sotomayor, thank you so much for your reporting and for talking with us. We'll move across the Capitol complex now to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, you know, we really don't have a clear path forward. So what will you be watching in the next minutes or potentially hours for signs or clues that Jordan's either shoring up his support or losing it?
Well, one of the ways you can try to find out or gauge what's going on is talking to members in the hallway. So when those opportunities come up, we'll be here trying to hear what they have to say. I will say, if history is any indicator, these things don't get any easier. When I was covering the former Speaker McCarthy vote, it went into days, and oftentimes you might have somebody flip who did vote for Jordan this time around, but, you know, some time passed, and you now have them voting for someone else. So this is a really fraught situation right now. I think we're all just learning in real time what's going on. So I'll be listening out for what members in hallways are saying. I know that they are meeting now in small groups and maybe larger groups later on. But also look at how long this recess lasts. And this is something that I mentioned earlier. If this recess lasts a while, that tells you that they are not confident to bring this back up today. They could also adjourn for the day and try to do some things overnight to convince people to get behind one candidate. But overall, I just want to highlight, just from my own reporter observations from seeing this play out back in January, it oftentimes does not get any easier for the candidate and for the caucus.
Rhonda, if you're a Democrat right now, what are you doing?
Well, there's two sides of that, because one, they do, from what I'm hearing, they do want to get to work. It just doesn't look like a functioning body, even though this is because of one party. It doesn't look functioning for them either, that they can't really do anything until there is a speaker. But also, we have seen them since that January vote be very unified, and this situation with the House GOP has somewhat galvanized the Democratic members of the House. So, you know, they may be seeing this as a politically advantageous thing where they can say, look, we're the party that wants to get to work while these guys are still meeting about a speaker. But overall, they too are in gridlock because they can't do anything without a speaker.
James, our colleague Jackie Alamany is saying, look, at this point, lawmakers are returning to their offices. Obviously, Rhonda will be catching them in the halls if they go to do TV hits nearby. And the big question is whether they'll go into conference or return to the floor for that second ballot that Rhonda's saying could happen. But Jackie's reporting that that option of a second ballot in the short term seems unlikely right now, because some of those who were on the fence are not pleased by what they are calling Jim Jordan's hardball tactics, and some of his opponents are entrenched. Where does that leave the Republicans?
It seems like there's a debate right now about whether to go into conference, to have another meeting. We heard Mariana saying, you know, these meetings have felt like therapy sessions or Festivus. That's absolutely right. There's a lot of kind of like, we have to go to another one of these family meetings, is what they call them. The Jordan team doesn't want to do that. They would rather this play out on the floor. They think that they win an outside game more easily than they win an inside game. They're afraid that if they go into a conference meeting situation, you're going to have people standing up and saying, let's do Kevin McCarthy. Let's all get behind Kevin McCarthy or Steve Scalise or someone else. And Jordan would rather grind down the winnable opponents. We know that some of the 20 no votes will be with Jordan on a second vote. What Jordan cannot have happen is for his level of support to decline, because that's when the floodgates sort of open. That's when the floor really drops out. If in a second ballot, Jim Jordan gets 195 votes, then
instead of
200, on the third ballot, it'll be even less. But you have someone like Doug LaMalfa, a Republican from California, close ally of McCarthy, who is just telling reporters that he voted for McCarthy over Jordan as a gesture of respect for McCarthy, but that he's going to be with Jordan on the second ballot. So there are, I mean, the House is weird. These are human beings. They're people with weird personalities. In some ways, it's like high school. It's like student council.
Weird is your word, not mine.
Exactly.
Individual and unique personalities.
Right, exactly.
Yes, just like America.
So
yes.
Jordan will know. Jordan's team is going to have a sense of, okay, are we at 205, 208? They're going to have a member who they have, Gus Billerkrakis from Florida, who's going to be back later, even if they don't have a vote today. But Jordan clearly doesn't want to rush a second vote on the floor if there's not going to be any movement. This isn't like Kevin McCarthy, where it was like, let's grind them into submission. But if 5 Republicans are saying there's no circumstance, no matter what, where I will vote for Kevin McCarthy, for Jim Jordan. Thank you.
You're doing the same thing that I am.
If you have people, which they're not doing right now, but if you have people come out and say there's no circumstance where I will vote for Jim Jordan ever, then he has no path to 217. Right now, they're sort of keeping the door open. They're saying they're resistant, but if once 5 people, then you go back to the drawing board.
Rhonda, let's talk about who is pressuring these members. We haven't talked that much about Donald Trump. What do you see as his role right now?
Well, from the start, when Scalise and Jordan announced that they wanted to be the candidates to fill the speakership, Trump right away endorsed Jordan. We know the two are close. We know Jordan says that he talks to the former president a lot throughout the day. And that has been something that some members have raised as a concern for them. But also, I noticed last week when Scalise it seemed that he had firmed up the votes he needed to be successful, and the GOP caucus had announced that he won those closed-door meeting votes. There was a little bit of shift in tone. It could have been indirectly from Trump. What I had heard from some Republicans early on in the week who were supporting Jordan or others, they were saying that Scalise had some health issues, that they didn't want to support him because of that. And then we also heard Donald Trump say that on a radio show last week, and I heard more GOP members point to that again and saying, well, Scalise has health issues. We don't know if he's up for the job. It seemed to be a shift on the day that Trump did speak out about Scalise's health issues. So did that have an impact? Not sure, but the timing was very interesting to watch. Last time when former Speaker McCarthy was up for a vote, we do know in those final rounds that Trump did make calls to some of the Republican lawmakers and sort of shifted things. So there is an indirect influence that the former president has. We'll see if he's a part of some of these aggressive tactics that we've been reporting that Jordan has been using, although we know that the former president is also currently tied up in some legal cases right now, which there have been some news on that this week. So we'll see. But it does seem that there is a little bit of an overshadowing by Donald Trump in this as well.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much for all your reporting on Capitol Hill. Thanks to James Hohman and all of our colleagues who are filing so many dispatches and as well as joining us today. We're going to keep focused on what's happening. We're taking a break for our broadcast right now, though. Republicans are in conversations. They're hopefully having some lunch. They're trying to figure out what their next moves are. The big headline of today from Capitol Hill, Jim Jordan of Ohio has fallen short in his first attempt to become Speaker of the House. Let's do the numbers real quick for you. He got 200 votes from his Republican colleagues. He needed to get 217. 20 Republicans voted for someone else. And so right now, his team will be whipping behind the scenes, trying to figure out how they can move the needle closer to him. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you so much for watching. Please stay connected to the Washington Post as we bring you more. The story will keep developing. Thanks.